gonna kick things off with some Dazzler Shauna pile of cards this morning. Morning, not just fun. Not just fun! Starting our Friday off strong with the want 1, not 2, not 5, but 10 sub-gifteroonies. That is incredibly generous. Happy Friday to you. We lost a Baku. They lost a Swarm. This does not seem like a fair exchange. I feel like we might have gotten the short end of the stick here. Hey, Adbane, thank you for the almost 6 years. Welcome, welcome, welcome back. God, that Colleen variant looks great with the gold background, or the gold border. This is like what I like to call a fake gold background. Like, this isn't technically a gold split, but it kind of looks like it. There's a few cards like that. We're just like, that's technically not a gold split, but also I'm not complaining about it. I'm gonna hide the Squirrel Girl over here for now, I think. Am I gonna have time to play this Shang-Chi out? I don't know that I am. I think I'm just hiding another one over here. Morning, Mo. We'll play Blue Marvel. And then we'd like to draw Shauna here, so we can fill for Dazzler. What order are the cards in Dark Dimension revealed? Just sort of the order that they're here. So this one, then this one, then this one. If Brood is kind, we'll peel a Shauna here. 1 and 4. Khazar, yep. Now, something that is worth noting here is that the submitter of this deck cut the Mysterio I had been playing previously for this copy of Maria Hill. And if this Maria Hill had been a Mysterio in this instance, we would have one more card here, and then Squirrel Girl would fill here, and we'd win the game. So we're actually coming up one board space short here because of that. Baku was unfortunately discarded to Sokovia. Ooh, are we gonna get him anyways? They could have a Dracula on the right that wins the right. A Tuba! Get him, Shang. Get him! A Tuba was their Coulson card. Squeaked it out here. You know if you can trigger both Miles and Moon Girl if you move Nightcrawler on 5. I believe there's currently a client bug that has to do with moving Nightcrawler or Jeff plus Moon Girl copying Miles on 5. Or 4 for that matter. I don't know exactly what the detail is there, but it definitely, the copied Miles isn't always cheaper, and it certainly should be. I think they fixed that at one point and then it regressed. I remember that being a problem previously. That's an okay Blue Marvel split. I'm gonna go again. I'm gonna go again on this one. Trying to get inked or gold, I think. Yeah, I caught a little of Mogwai's stream this morning before I fired up, and he was playing against a lot of bots, which is, I wonder if that's a symptom of the infinite versus infinite only matchmaking, right? Like, part of me wonders how many how many people are there at his MMR rating that are sub-infinite this late into the season, right? Yeah, the background looks a little rainbowy, but it is this is a prism finish on here. I assume they're carnaging or something on the right. Is it crazy to pass here? We could be getting Galactus, but Sentry and Armor make me think not Galactus. They could be like a Galactus Destroyer hybrid deck, though, yeah.
Enough said,
Okay, so not Galactus. So we get to go Shang Your Chi. There are 26 here in the middle. Do I want to fight over this? I could go. These are my two biggest cards I can put here. This is 8. This is 6. So that's plus 14. So I can't contest here regardless.
opponent snapped.
We have a big null coming down. Yeah, I think I put my two biggest things here. And then we'll play this in the middle for a tiebreaker. We could get, like, Cosmo on the right here. That is, an ambitious snap when you're dead to Shang-Chi. I don't know. I don't know about that one, bud. Null is not very good for them because they blew up a void, right? Like, obviously it would be okay after I Shang-Chi'd them, but... in general, I'd be a little surprised if there's Null hiding out over there. Our deck command not working this morning. Bot's being a little sluggish. Hey, Ramaset. Thanks for the 5 months. Welcome back. Happy Friday. As is often the case, as a heads up for the regulars, I am going to be taking the weekend off from live content. You can expect Saturday and Sunday videos up on the YouTube channel, though. It will be live on Monday next week. We'll do a full day today, though, first. Hey, thanks, Sleeper. I'm glad the Marvel Snap format has come to a point where I can feel reasonable doing viewer decks again. Yesterday was a good session. If we have another good set again today, it'll definitely be back to being a regular staple feature of the channel. Bernard here. Yeah. The bastard turned 2 negative. Hey, Trench, thanks for the tier 2 and the over 2 years. Welcome back. You hit Galactus 9 times in a row last night. Yeah, I believe that. It's incredibly popular, unfortunately. If you're tired of getting Galactus, you can sign my please delete Galactus petition here. If Mr. Nade Shot with 2.9 million Twitter followers complaining about Galactus doesn't get him changed, nothing will. Sakar. Alright, we want not Shang-Chi in the middle. Damn it, Blade. The infinite matchmaking change meant I played like 70% bots on my way back to infinite today. Yikes. Yikes. I think we're in a fine spot here. I don't stay. To slide Nightcrawler to Death's Domain, play Kazar, we draw Blue Marvel, we're in a great spot. Maybe they're snapping because they're a Killmonger deck. Morbius, thanks for the brand new Prime. I'm at 85 and haven't seen an obvious spot all week. Oh, that's such a good Angela split. Base artwork, but ink with white crackle is. The design of Galactus feels like it was never intended to be in actual decks. Yeah. I don't know. I think Galactus is just kind of an example of the Snap devs getting lost in the top-down design sauce. Because, like, from a does Galactus function / work in the way you'd expect the Galactus character card to work? It's like, yeah, definitely. But from a is this good gameplay you want in your card game? It's like, probably not. How necessary is Shauna for the function of Dazzler? Very. I think you can play Shauna without Dazzler. I think playing Dazzler without Shauna is a tough sell. You could, like, slot Dazzler into, like, the Ultron Patriot deck that's been going around. It could be okay there, but outside of that, I think Dazzler's pretty limited. Alright, does this generate a card? This could be Sentinel, but then we go to Breakers, and we are winning the Breaker. Breaker, give me the news. I got hot 10 points over you. Surely this is playable. Aish, thanks for the next submission. I have this deck and then 3 others in front of you, I believe. So we'll be up here in a little bit. I intend to play each deck for somewhere between 20 and 40 minutes. So keep in mind, if you are submitting, there'll be a little bit of a wait. I've got some things queued up already. If you're someone that's subscribed to the channel and you want first crack at deck submissions, and I'm going to be doing them on stream moving forward, I am posting in the subs Discord server the night before we do deck submissions, giving people that are in that part of the community a chance to claim the early slots before I go live. Yeah, you can see my untapped profile here. The deck list that we've been playing on stream. Oh no! Hey, that's fine, right? I kept letting Nightcrawler die. Forgive me. I don't really have strong opinions on how Galactus should be fixed, other than when the entire game comes down to, did I draw my counter or not? It's just not very interesting or good gameplay. Is this enough? I don't know. I don't know that +6 is enough to win middle, huh? Kinda wanted a Dazzler to go left here. Yeah, just have Javas. Oh, I could have shanged the right? I guess we still lose because we're losing the center, but I should have shanged the right. We could have gone, Shang, Maria, Baku. There's probably a world where we're supposed to leave a center spot open for Shang as well. Hey, congrats, Broken. Good gaming. If HelloFresh does keto, I don't remember which dietary things they do. I know they have a lot of vegan, vegetarian stuff. I'm a vegetarian, and we do a lot of vegetarian and vegan meals from them. Bubble splits only available after a certain number of splits. Yeah, the Kirby Crackle, as they call it, these little circles. That's actually the rarest slot in splits. You can't get your Crackle split until your 6th split. Man, look at this fucking professionalism, chat. Put the maw right on in here to the path that we were gonna be full on anyways. That's why you're all here. I know. I think we're dead, though. Zaller, thank you for the over 3 years. How long have I been a vegetarian for? Since the summer I was 17, so almost 15 years. It's +4 enough to win here. It's also +6 here. Probably losing left and right here. I don't like meat at all. I do not. Not a fan. Oof, that's a good one. I'm only missing Stoneguard, Kitty Pride, and Master Mold now. Well, you're technically not missing Kitty Pride, right? She's not available. She's in some people's collections, but it's technically not available for gamers yet. I mean, I'm not a vegetarian because I care about the cruelty aspect of meat. Like, one single person not eating meat doesn't really have a large impact on the cruelty aspect of it all. I just really don't care for the taste of meat. I sample a lot of the various different lab-grown meats, and some of them are okay. I don't know. The ones that are real close to actual meat, I'm just not I'm not a fan of still. That taste / texture is just not great for me. Burgal, thanks for the 5 buds. Welcome back. Let's do this. Honestly, locations like this are such a good example of why Dazzler struggles to be a meaningful card in Marvel Snap, right? Like, Sanctum Sanctorum flips up, and then all of a sudden she can't dazzle shit, right? I think we just do this. Because playing like this means we beat Doctor Doom in the Sanctum, which has value. Hey, Chuckle Monkey, thanks for the sub gift. Happy Friday to you. Now, Khazar would have been nice to play out, but I think I like hedging Doom in the Sanctum. So we're going to 18 on the right. We're going to 8, 11, 14 in the middle, and we're going to 6 on the left. Some ordering there, opponent. Yeah, this morning's best deck video has had a really solid positive response to it, which is good. I almost didn't put it together last night before I went to bed. I was like, I should get this out. So I'm glad metrics are good. It was worth staying up late to put together. The non-gameplay videos can be kinda hit or miss. I want to get Squirrel Girl going on Isle, but it's a little sad to put one into Bar Sinister, so I can't Blue Marvel there, or get 4 Blue Marvels there. Have to settle for 3. You tried out Dazzler, Patriot, Zoo. We've not. It's probably fine though. The big question there, I think Patriot Zoo is fine. The big question there does Dazzler add value to that deck? I'm not sure that she does. I wonder if this deck wants a copy of Jeff in it. It might, honestly. This is another card to get into hard to reach locations. Cause like, if we had Nightcrawler, Jeff, Squirrel Girl, Shauna, and Baku, like we could even reasonably fill a Sanctum Sanctorum in some games. I think Dazzler and Shauna are both cards that I hope we see some changes to in the OTA updates in the coming month. They are... ones that could stand some extra numbers, I think. Debris. Yeah, Debris could be fine too. Is Jeff a good card? Yeah, I think Jeff's one of the better 2-drops in the game now. It's like a lizard quality card, and then it's just like pretty generically good. I kind of hope they don't like pigeonhole Dazzler into just being a big 4-drop. I kind of hope they change her to 3 energy and adjust her numbers accordingly. Making her less energy would make her what's what I'm searching for? It would make her easier to have be a payoff. Would Dazzler get a Patriot Ultron? I don't know that Dazzler solves any problems that the Patriot Ultron deck has. It's like, why? What are we resolving with that card? Yeah, if Dazzler was a 3, Dazzler and Surfer would be good. It was a good shout out. Which could perhaps be why she's not a 3. Would changing Shauna to 1 and 2 cost cards be too powerful? I mean, I don't even know about too powerful so much as I think changing Shauna to 1 and 2 cost cards kind of removes part of the character's design identity. Because they pretty clearly want her to be something that works with Khazar consistently. Yeah, and I think like Dazzler and Shauna were both designed as 4 cost cards initially because they wanted them to work with Zabu. They released that same month. Is Maria Hill better than the average 1-drop? I don't know. We played Mysterio in that slot previously, which was all right. They have a 1 energy Hitmonkey in their hand, but they also only have 4 spots open on their board. Everyone in the 90s is playing Sandman. Yeah, I mean, I called it out as the #1 deck in my best decks video this morning for a reason. Until proven otherwise, it is numero uno. Poor Baku. No room for Mr. Baku.
Victory.
All right, let's get one more good one in with this. And we'll slide along to our next viewer deck of the day. We change decks a little bit more frequently on viewer days. Usually we stick to 30 to 40 minutes. You say High Evolutionary is worth saving tokens for. I think High Evolutionary looks like a very unique card design that will enable new strategies. Whether or not those strategies will be competitive remains to be seen. But if you are someone who likes to prioritize unlocking cards that give you access to new decks, High Evolutionary looks like it will do that. Ooh, baby, it's cold outside. We won't know if High Evolutionary or Living Tribunal are perpetually Series 5 cards until we are closer to them actually releasing. And they didn't tell us that in advance for, they didn't tell us that in advance for the last one for a long while. Do we fill for Dazzler or do we Shang-Chi the Monster Isle? I think we just do this. I think we do this. Got him. Close game.
Victory.
Hey. Saska Kurt, thanks for the third of the year. Appreciate that. Welcome back. The average power of 1-drops is 1.9. So playing a +2 power card from your hand is higher EV than Dazzler filling the slot, given the option. Yeah, but it depends on like how many stats you need there, right? Like if you're in need of a high roll, you could like let Dazzler fill to take a high roll. Whereas playing a 2-power thing can give you a more consistent option. Because there's some big swings in there, right? You can hit like threes, 5s, or 7s. All right, for our next viewer deck, we had a request to try out Jeff the Shark inside of the Thanos control shell. And I'm also, I think Valkyrie has kind of hit a medium spot in the metagame. So I'm going to test out swapping Valkyrie for Rogue, which may or may not be right. So I think Rogue is pretty reasonable at the moment.
The universe shall be set right.
Yes, it is noteworthy as well that Darkhawk is explicitly a reasonable card into Thanos. And Rogue is a decent counter into that. Okay, so how does this work? These fill Viper flips up, gives them a time stone. Second Viper generates, gives them another time stone or a Viper. They end up with 2 slots filled with things. I end up with 1 open slot. I don't know if that's good enough. We could just Viper alone, that's true. And then play time stone middle. Do I need extra energy next turn? I don't know that I do. I'm just gonna reality stone the middle and chill on the time stone for a second. Fucking rip. Rip. Oof size. Large. Reality Stone made Adelan is what happened. For those that missed it. We're still taking deck submissions. I think I have room for 1 more deck submission tentatively for the day, and then we're gonna close them up. I believe I have 5 in queue after this one at the moment. All right, I'm gonna do this. Demon's gonna win the middle.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
If they kill Monger, we tie middle. Hey, Mega Arcane, and you are our last exhibition for the day. We might take more later on. Depending on how long we get through these, but I don't want to take them and then not be able to get through them. Mega Arcane, your Google Sheet is currently set to private. If you can make that read access for everyone, that would help out. We lose to Dr. Doom. Yeah, I don't think Dr. Doom's in the range of things I play around here, though. Yeah, do we lose this breaker? We're only up by 6. Is this Thanos junk? No, I think this Thanos deck is quite good. Don't call it junk. It's fucking rude.
Destiny will arrive.
Destiny will arrive.
Oh, snap.
Anytime the peak is neutral or slightly positive for you, I think you're supposed to snap. Harsh, but fair. Hey, Klein Dome, thanks for the prime. There's a ton of great people who can send that to every month here on Twitch. Thanks for sending it this way this month and keeping me around. Folks like you make my job possible. You know who else makes my job possible, chat? Wonderful sponsors like HelloFresh for the next month here on stream. you're looking for a meal delivery service in the United States, be sure to check them out using my link. They have a great selection on their website. Browse right on through and get some freshly prepared meals delivered, ready for you to make right to your door. I didn't realize how much I enjoyed cooking until Christy and I started doing HelloFresh. Turns out my dislike for it was largely based around having to do the shopping and figuring out logistics. Mama didn't raise no coward, chat. Mama didn't raise no coward. Gotta look 'em square in the eyes as you send the Green Goblin across into their one location that's open. Actually thought that was good enough. Get out of here. Destiny will arrive. We just dropped Jeff into Murray Isle here. Sounds great. Yep. Yep. Why, Rogue! In my video from this morning, I talked through why I think Rogue is an excellent tech card, along with what are the best decks in the current Marvel stat meta game. Play this demon out proactively, just because I'm kind of expecting to get sand banded here at some point. Snap him too. We're pretty far ahead. Need to play 6 cost cards for our mission. Get that done eventually. The amount of open locations affect when something moves. Like if I have 3 on one side and 2 on the other. No, the number of open spots at a location does not impact anything like White Tiger, for example. Just chooses randomly between the open locations, not the individual spots at those locations. Did you put Rogue in Mr. Negative again? Yeah, I think so. Probably cut Bishop or Valk. Rogue or Super Skrull, I think are both excellent choices. I don't think I'd cut Ironheart and Mr. Negative. I think having completely free cards to draw after you Mr. Negative is pretty important. Ironheart is a 0 energy 9-point play. Blue Marvel would be a good replacement for Jeff in this deck. Yeah, the previous build I've been playing had Blue Marvel in it. If you haven't seen this deck before, we posted a highlight with it pre-Jeff on Monday. How about Skrull and Patriot? Yeah, I think Skrull and Patriot's fine. I think slotting tech cards into decks that you want to play is a fine thing to be doing. Alright, I think we're just bailing out of Central Park, right? We do unfortunately have priority here, though. I can get up to 11 here. Is that enough? What if I do this, into this, into this, into this over here? So this way, if they play nothing here, I win the right. And if they play something here, they're less likely to have enough to beat 10 over here. I think is the play. Yeah.
Victory.
Favorite part of today's video was the end where you showcase your favorite cards to brew with right now. Yeah, I know most people just want to like copy net decks down, but I like to sneak a little bit of education in there when I can for the people that care about it. Unsurprisingly, the total watch time on today's video is on the low side compared to my average gameplay video, and I would expect that's because the net deckers turn it off before the cards to brew with segment, but still doing all right overall. Hey, Jack Power, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. I mean, cards like Super Skrull, Shang-Chi, Rogue, these aren't really cards that you brew around. They're cards that you look at your deck and you go, okay, I have room to put an interactive tech card in this deck. Which interactive tech card do I want to play? Rogue and Super Skrull are both like excellent choices for that tech slot currently. In the previous format, that tech slot was dominated by you had to play Shang-Chi, and now that's no longer the case, which is nice. They are, in fact, the She-Hulk double-up deck, and they are leaving as soon as Mr. Spider-Man flips up. I'm going to repeat this a lot, I'm sure, over the course of the coming weeks, but it bears repeating. In any deck where you see Jeff the Baby Land Shark, if that deck isn't also playing something like Miles Morales that directly synergizes with the movement part of Jeff, you can replace Jeff with any other low curve, high quality card. Lizard, Scorpion, Nightcrawler, Iceman, all of these are reasonable replacements for Jeff the Shark, who in a deck like this is simply a high quality, low curve card. Just pulled Master Mold, and he's good. He's very niche. Master Mold is good with Ronin, and not good otherwise. Yeah, making a replace Jeff command is probably a good shout. Probably should Reality Stone the Onslaught Citadel. God damn it, Bobby. Speaking of Skrull. Yes.
I am Iron Man.
Little unfortunate that we gave them their Zabu back. So their Super Skrull will get a bonus from our Dino. It'll be smaller than our bonus, but they also have Iron Man, right? Oh, they already have the Zabu bonus because of Skrull. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think we're just host here. If we didn't get diffed on the expansion and could punt the center, we might have been okay, but alas.
Destiny will arrive.
Hey, thanks, Alex. Welcome to the live side of Hooglandia. Good morning, good morning. There's no way Sandman Leader is all that good. I think I disagree with that. See, we'll see how it plays out. It's still a little bit early, but would not be surprised if it's great. Okay, so they keep 2 goblins here. this works exactly how I want it to work, right? Yeah? Perfection. Perfection.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
LOL. Hey, Avocado Gory, thank you for the biddy. Some Sarah Wave. Like the Widow Wave Odin decks we used to play a little bit of. Where you set up the early Sarah into Wave, into Odin the Wave on 5. Yeah, okay. We're not gonna fully build and play this right now. I've got a couple in front of it, but I just want to put this in a shell so I remember what we're doing. Negative has monkey. That sounds like a science experiment gone wrong.
Right.
It's pretty good in the bars to disturb. Would you run leader in the wave death deck instead of arrow? I really don't like or enjoy Death Wave as a deck, so I'm not really a good person to ask for an opinion on it. Should Series 3 complete players hoard reserves until drops happen? No. I think you're mostly just wasting your own time with that. They downgrade at most. They downgrade at most, what, 4 or 5 cards? So, like, you're guaranteed to get back every card. Even if you're missing every card that downgrades in a given month, you're gonna get back all those cards back to Series 3 complete right away over the course of that month super early. Yeah, at most, I would hold, like, the week before if you want to get them instantly. Can someone explain how subbing on Twitch works? Every time you use the subscribe button, I get 70% of what you are paying to subscribe. If you are someone using your free Twitch Prime sub, I get $3.50 USD for that. Just like if you paid a $5 sub. You dodged the 50-50 split. Yeah, my channel's been partnered for 92 months. I have what they refer to as the premium Twitch contract. Okay, and we have priority here, which means if I Professor X here, it locks this down before they can copy anything. So this is actually fun. I get to go Polaris here, Jeff here, and Polaris is gonna pull Hood into the middle. So this is actually plus 10, and I'm already plus 2, so I'm going to plus 12 here. If I'm only missing Snowguard, should I hoard as if I'm collection complete? Yeah, I probably would. She's not a particularly playable card. Morning, Lucas. Tree fitting. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm curious to see what Twitch does with the 50-50-50 sub splits, because, or the 70-30 sub splits. They've been pulling those from some people in contracts, is my understanding. We'll see how much of that they do or how far they push that long term. My contract have an ending. Technically, all the Twitch contracts re-up in June every year. Perfect on the hood draw here. They've done nothing, so I assume they're like a Sandman deck that just like doesn't have anything going on, and we snap them and they leave. What are the requirements of the contract? No firm requirements like that. Everyone that's even just Twitch affiliates technically have a contract with Twitch. Like dictates like it covers things like, you know, I promise I have the broadcast or you're like agreeing that you will only broadcast things that you have the broadcast rights to. I.e., I'm not going to stream a bunch of copyrighted music on my Twitch channel. Because nobody ever does that. LOL. Actually, I'm gonna do this and pull the rock into here to lock up the negative zone. Then I think we're probably dinoing over here. Oh, their gene's 10. Forgot about the Wakanda embassy. Our Dino is 13. Their Thor is going to 10. So I'm down 1 here, but I'm down 3 here, technically. Go either way. Kind of a coin flip whether they play right or play center. Yeah, I'm actually shocked, Silence, that there's still so many people that steal copyrighted music while they broadcast. Oh my gosh, did we win because of Reality Stone in the center? How sick would that be? I've seen a number of people simultaneously streaming to Twitch and YouTube. Pretty sure they removed exclusivity, at least for affiliates. They have not. It's just they don't have an automated system of detecting when people stream to both platforms simultaneously. And just like a number of people break their Twitch partner agreement to broadcast music they don't have the rights to, there are people that break their Twitch partner agreement or affiliate agreement to simultaneously stream to both platforms. There's also some people, like, talking about specifically the Snap category. I know Binks does simultaneous streams, but he explicitly is not partnered or affiliated with Twitch. So his channel doesn't have a sub button here on Twitch for him to be able to do that. So he's in the right in that instance. But if someone has a sub button on their twitch.tv channel, unless they have some type of special agreement, such as like Critical Role does, because they're huge, you're not supposed to be simultaneously streaming. Specimen simultaneously streams. Very confident Specimen is in violation of his Twitch contract to do that. I'm pretty sure his channel is partnered. He could get in big trouble and lose his partner status for doing so. How does one become affiliated or partnered on Twitch? So, becoming an affiliate on Twitch is super straightforward. You just have to stream a given number of hours and meet the requirements for it. Becoming a partner on Twitch is a lot more vague and convoluted. There's some loose requirements you have to meet, but then you also have to throw your application essentially into a black box and hope that someone likes you and approves it. I just can't ever beat a Killmonger is the problem. Hopefully they Killmonger like this turn and then maybe we recover.
I am inevitable.
We just do this, right? If I do this and they go Killmonger into Galactus, we lose. Okay, so we should be good to go at this point, right? Because this is even protected now. Affiliate is 50 followers, 8 hours of streaming the last 7 days with an average of at least 3 viewers, and an average of at least 3 viewers in a 30-day period. Yeah, the requirements to hit affiliate on Twitch are fairly minimal.
Victory.
Back in my day, when my channel got partnered, Twitch affiliates didn't exist.
Shall be set right.
What do you get for being an affiliate? You get a subscribe button on your channel, which means you can get Twitch Prime subs and paid subs, and you can also make money from ad revenue. This is essentially the same Thanos control deck I featured on the video this morning with slightly different tech cards. They are the same archetype. I think this deck is very good. I think we're chilling on Time Stone, and we're going to tee up a turn 4 Professor X, potentially. Affiliate also gives you the ability to create channel point redemptions and stuff like that. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I could really gamble and put this here if I wanted, but I don't think I want to. Back in my day, this was Justin.tv. Yeah, I'm not quite that old. Think these deck changes are comparable to the Monday version? Yeah, definitely. I mean, so like, this is a good example of, I don't really think any of the changes we made here really constitute a different deck. Like the core of what we were doing compared to what we were doing on Monday is very similar. This is one of the best splits of the game, chat. Gold background, gold Kirby Crackle. Very, very good. Rip. Gambling got punished.
Escaped.
I think you'll be hard pressed to find a variant that split doesn't look good on.
Destiny will arrive.
I am honestly shocked that with all the complaining that I've heard about the Marvel Snap, you know what the number one sign that the Marvel Snap economy is less bad than what you hear about on average from the vocal minority chat? How many fucking people have rock avatars? If this many people spent this much money on a fucking goddamn useless rock avatar, the rest of it's all fine, okay? If people are buying that shit, they've got nothing left to complain about. The hood is magical. Yeah, that hood's one of the best splits in the game, too. Rainbow Crackle. S tier for sure. Where am I Spoodermanning, chat? I think I'm Spoodermanning mid. Is the play.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
If they Magneto the left, they pull Spider-Man and lose. Yeah, I think we just Devil Dino mid. We win that breaker, right? By a wide margin, we win that breaker. Odin left wins, sure. Yeah. Show. Alright, let's get one more good one in with this, and we'll kick along to our next viewer deck. We have a build around request a build around request for some Daredevil Teenage Warhead. Yeah, this deck is great. I shouted out this archetype as one of the decks to play as a good counter pick in this morning's best decks video. I stand by that call out. We did not hit matchups that were good for Rogue this morning. That is true. I'm leaving Hood alone in the center for now, simply because if we peel a Viper, I want the flexibility to send him across. Oh, snap.
Victory.
Not only did they get Shauna via RNG from the Coulson, but we RNG'd into the Sakar off the Reality Stone, and then she RNG'd the Ebony Mod to the one lane it was losing for them. Just actually taking the wheel and spinning it all the way around. Ibanam, thank you for the third of a year. And Luda Rita, thank you for the 43 months. Over 3.5 years is quite some time. All right, so the person that submitted me the build around for Teenage Warhead, Daredevil, and Jeff, they sent their card sheet in, but they have a mostly full collection. I don't think they're missing any cards we'd want to play here, right? Honestly, chat, this is one of the best collections I've ever seen. Look at this. They've dodged Dazzler, Sauron, Shadow King, and Shauna. Just like skipping shitty Series 4 cards like they're in the Matrix. They basically have every card that matters, yeah? Like Stature. Stature's like the one like kind of playable card I might consider picking up, but we don't need it for this build either. All right. All right, so one thing to think about if you've got Teenage Warhead and you're building with her is I think Mr. Fantastic is kind of low-key a must-play card if you're playing Teenage Warhead. And the reason for that is Teenage Warhead is a much better card in positions where you have priority. And Mr. Fantastic is really good at helping you have priority in the mid-game because he plays power simultaneously out to every path. Hey, Frost Guardian, thanks for the 25 bucks. Appreciate the over 2 years. Okay, so I like all of these cards. Why? What do I want to do with the other slots? Yeah, are we Storm gamers? Jeff is decent with Storm like he's decent with Professor X. We consider playing something like Lizard to help with priority as well. I like that call out. Another good cheap on curve card. We probably want at least one more way to shit on Galactus. Storm could fill that role. Goose could fill that role. Something to put numbers into play might not necessarily be bad. Yeah, Spider-Man could be okay. It's like an anti-Galactus card that also works well with Daredevil. The more Spider-Man I play lately, the more I like that card. Yeah, Gamora plus Titania could be okay. I like those as a 1-2 play. Valk. I don't think Valk's very good here. We only have one way as of right now to break her symmetry, and that's Mr. Fantastic, and we don't really flood the board. Usually in Valk decks, you want to be filling your board locations up. I feel like I'm leaning towards Gamora, as usually I like 3 cards that are good with Daredevil, and I like Gamora because we are kind of low on just like putting big numbers into play. Titania plays nicely with Gamora. We can also play Green Goblin here. Green Goblin's another card that synergizes well with Titania, and it plays well on curve while disrupting Galactus. Oh, yeah, we did do something. What was it? We played this yesterday, and it was all right. We could borrow this package from here. We could slot Crawler and Miles in as our last 2 cards here. I don't hate that. Crawler's actually pretty good at helping you get priority as well. And you could Miles Gamora on 6, similar to how you Titania Gamora. What do you play on 4? Combinations of other cheaper cards. It's also okay to just like have turns with unspent energy instead. Let's start here. Yeah, Miles being good with Gamora is nice. I think just Jeff and Crawler are enough Miles enablers on average. Does Titania trigger Miles? She does not. Moving means going between locations, not jumping across the board. Alright, champ, be like Elsa, let it flow. But let it flow for us, not for them. Playing Titania into here is kind of loose in the face of Jeff. They knew that we were goblining them, so smart that they played there. They knew it was coming. Do I let them know about Warhead? I think that's probably fine. Although I guess they could just choose to not play into here, right? I guess I'm gonna do this. We just do this, right? Our copied miles should be cheaper here because they're gonna move stuff into the center. Although we might get hit by the miles and timing bug there. Oh, honey. Got him.
Victory.
So this is a bug with Miles Morales, by the way. A Miles that gets created doesn't see these cards move ahead of time. I really should go. Can someone in the Marvel Snap Discord server go report this as a bug? Because this Miles should cost 1 right now. Because these Jeffs moved last turn. Oh right, I need Gamora boosties. If we split her, we have a chance for inked. But that variant looks great inked. If Miles doesn't see a card move, he doesn't get discounted. No, that's not the case, actually. If Miles is on top of your deck and something moved and you draw him next turn, he costs 1. He's not supposed to have to see it move. It's just supposed to be if a card moved last turn, this costs 1. You think Miles should get the stature treatment? No, I think Miles is probably too good if 1 card moved and then he's permanently 1. Stature is permanently 1 because there's only 2 enablers for her in the game. There are literally dozens of cards that trigger Miles. Will you have a dedicated video for when you get the Angela variant and finally split her? Asking the real questions. They could Galactus the middle here, but it is what it is. I can't Professor X the middle.
Opponent snapped.
This beats Odin. Loses barely to Magneto. I will say, while I'm glad they buffed an underplayed card, it's kind of a little bit insulting that of all the fucking underplayed cards they could have buffed, they decided to start with motherfucking Leader. Nobody wanted that. Not even one. Those boogers weren't going to eat themselves. Pirate Rum, thank you for the brand new tier 1, by the way. Appreciate that. Missed that a few minutes ago. Sorry about that. What's going on, Hacksaw? Thanks for the almost 4 years. Want Ink Jeff or Gold Jeff? Or I probably won't upgrade this base art Jeff any more than this. We're just gonna farm boosters waiting for a variant at this point. What beats this? Anything?
Victory.
Ah, retreat later, gamers. Deck submissions are closed for the day. We may reopen them later this afternoon, depending on what timing look like and what viewer count we're at. Fridays are usually a little bit of a lighter viewer count day, so I don't know that I'm gonna run super late today. I'm gonna go till at least 3 o'clock. My loose live schedule moving forward is gonna be Monday through Friday, 10 to 3. And we'll occasionally run a little bit longer on days where the viewer count is high. Like card release days will probably run late on average, because usually we have stronger viewer counts on those days. Galactus. Could be Galactus. The carnage typically indicates Death Wave, though. Death Wave because Destroy isn't real. It's true, you know. Should you buy the Earth Day bundle? I don't know. Should you? You can find a breakdown of all the bundles for this month in my review here. I'll have a breakdown on all the May bundles up on Monday morning. Play some Titania chicken on the last turn here. Miles stays 1 through wave. So I get to go ahead and play both of these this turn. What happens if they play Death here? I think I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna leave enough stats in the middle to win this if they play nothing, but I'm gonna move all of these down here to hedge New York, and then I'll play Gamora into Kunlun to hedge that. We lose if they go like Death Big Thing. But this is beating like Death Leader. Lizard. No, I want to leave Lizard in the big house because Lizard plus Titania are winning the big house. I assume the snap after we finally lock in our play while maxing out the rope means that they're enjoying the stream. We'll go ahead and feed them some cubes so our MMR doesn't get too terribly high here. Ooh, did we get him? And died a leader. Oh, I forgot to play the Gamora last. Forgot to play the Gamora last. Rip. Take a single man-tastic here. And then we'll hopefully have priority going into the next turn and get to Teenage Warhead London. Well, shoot.
Opponent snapped.
I can't play this here. I was like, I want to play this here to flip the Titania across. It's not an option. Yeah, I think this is fine. I think we move this here, and then we Gamora here. They could move their Jeff on this location. I think that's fine. Oh, they leveled our Titania. They leveled our Titania. Well played, opponent. Yep. Weird build from them with Ebony Mob. Yeah, the move big cards on both sides kind of made the Titania math very messy. This is our actual best card to have get hit by Iceman, because he always costs 1 after something moved. I think this is bugged again, unfortunately, right? Even if I move this after I play this, the copied one's not gonna have 1 cost in my hand. That's so disappointing. I really hope they fix that. I really hope they fix this bug before June at a minimum. This is a huge detriment, this bug here in this instance, right? Because I don't get to get another copy of it here. Sedge. It's June, the month of Ghost Spider, yeah.
Clear for takeoff.
We're dead here, unfortunately. Yeah, Vats is very good for the Destroyer type. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. The problem is they have this other carnage. I think this is the play, right? Just kind of hedge winning all 3. I need a slightly more in the middle. Close game, despite them getting a free 10 power carnage and our client being bugged, right? We'd have actually won this game. We should have had another 5 power miles here in the center. Nomad Farmer, thanks for the half year. Yeah, we actually win that if our game's not bugged. I think the game is, if it's not our game, the game is bugged in general. Miles being copied doesn't update the cost on him. If something moved the previous turn. Copied Miles doesn't know that something moved the previous turn. Thanks, I think. It was almost a disaster. Is this enough to win here, though, is the question. Did they trigger Vormir yet? They didn't, right? I think they're gonna Odin. Oh, yeah, this is definitely an Odin snap, right? We are very dead to Odin. Take your 1 cube and leave, Boomer. Take your cube and get out, Boomer. Nobody got time for you. Odin middle would not only win them the left and the center, but it would win them a right too with Ironheart, most likely. That shit's real annoying. We snap squirrels into the average Wolverine gamer, right? Just like kind of assuming that they're Galactus. I'm gonna move Nightcrawler this turn just in case I want to Teenage Warhead plus Spider-Man. Got him. Professor X is definitely a top card right now. Very, very good into Galactus stuff. Galactus stuff. It's not the 2-drop I wanted for Christmas. It's so many 2-drops to draw there. Oh no! They took a power away from my cards, chat. How will we ever recover? Surge's probably not very good against the Khazar deck. Just lock this up, right? But I kind of just assume that this is going to be enough to win here, right? We're down by 3, but we're adding 11, 13 here. So I need more than 10. I guess they have Blue Marvel to help out. But usually this deck doesn't have individually large things.
Victory.
Can you replace Teenage Warhead in this deck? Yeah, definitely. I think if I didn't have Teenage Warhead, I would probably cut Fantastic as well, and then play like Storm, Jessica Jones in those 2 slots. We're largely playing Fantastic to get priority for Warhead. Gosh, the particle effect looks so good. I think Rainbow Crackle is underrated border effect. Hey, look, chat. It's another Galactus opponent. I'm shocked. Well, not shocked, really. Marvel, oops, all Galactus. Yeah, basically. Could be destroyed. No, they discarded, they discarded, what's his nuts? Electro. Discarded Miles.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
This covers our ass from Galactus. Yes. I don't know if I love Titania in this deck. She definitely felt a little awkward. Yeah, our deck's playing for priority a lot of the time, which makes Titania worse. Because of Warhead, so there's some tension there between the two of them. If I play Titania first, their zombie, and they play nothing on the right, I lose that side. So you play Titania first in spots like that. If sending her across means you're still winning, but that wasn't what happened in that instance. Yeah, I honestly, I feel a little bit like I failed in our deck building exercise a little bit here, because I don't know that I actually like Warhead in this shell, which is kind of sad. It kind of feels like Warhead doesn't really have a home. We played a similar deck without Warhead yesterday, and I think I liked it better. What we have going on in here right now. Yeah, the problem here is we basically just can't ever beat a rock slide, right? Yeah. You ever try Warhead and Dracula Zoo? Why? What problem does she solve in that deck? What issue does it have that she's making better? Yeah, I think as a whole, this deck was doing a lot of similar things to this one that we played yesterday, and I think I liked what this was just doing better. A little bit more location lock with Storm. And yeah, I don't know. Warhead is one of those cards that with Shuri becoming less popular, I think it just got worse. Yeah, Warhead felt best against Shuri because it was cutting through Cosmo. And now Shuri can't play Cosmo anymore, so she's kind of lost her purpose a little bit. Like, Warhead isn't a card Warhead really isn't a card that is, like, good into, like, Sandman or Galactus even a lot of the time. So I'm not really sure that she has a home in the current format as far as, like, interactive things go. So yeah, as far as, like, Jeff, Daredevil, Professor X Control goes, I think this one will probably, we played this yesterday, I'll probably have a highlight up with this at some point in the next few days. I think this is the core I would prefer. All right, we got another deck build for our next submission today. I want to see the Sarah Wave Odin combo with Widow. Usually I slot Hawk into here because with Widow, Hawk's a little bit natural. I also think Iceman. I think Iceman is pretty good in this shell. We just like a Beast Bounce deck at the bottom end? We could be. Sometimes I play Psylocke in this core so we can get to Sarah faster. Although I guess getting to Sarah outside of the combo isn't really stellar. What's our game plan against Galactus? Probably just die. Hope that your Iceman and your Widow and your Korg disrupt them a little bit. I don't know. I don't feel like a deck like this could really have a great plan into Galactus without, like, kind of changing the identity of what it's looking to do. Widows bite them the turn they Electro. Yeah, I mean, like, that's like, it kind of goes back to, like, the fundamentals of, like, why Galactus is such a toxic card, right? Like, sure, I could put cards into my deck that have absolutely zero synergy with what the deck is trying to do and just get in the way and are literally a dead fucking draw in 9 out of 10 matchups, but they're good in the 1 in 10 Galactus matchups I play. It's just like, yeah, I could do that, or I could just accept that we're dead to Galactus and, like, play other things and, like, have play in the other matchups. Kenny is back 6 to the 21 months, and, like, enough of the time people aren't willing to accept that, hey, the right play is I should just punt. If you're playing a B tier deck, punting your bad matchup instead of making all your other matchups worse to be slightly better into your bad matchup is usually good deck building. So it's okay to have a polarized bad matchup. I know it's gonna feel bad when it comes up, but, you know, Galactus is a feel bad deck. You just have to accept that that's an experience you're gonna have. Kenny is back 6 to the 21 months. Welcome back again. And Rage Quit, thank you for the 3.5 years. I like Chavez for adding consistency to these archetypes. We can play She-Hulk as kind of a backup plan. Yes, most people would rather put a card like Debris or Green Goblin that's going to be bad in their deck in every other matchup to like feel like they have some play into Galactus and then still lose to it a significant amount of the time anyways. We want Rock Slide and Zabu. Yeah, that could be okay. We also do more ongoing stuff for, we could do more ongoing stuff and play Mystique. I don't really know if there's other ongoing stuff we do. At that point, we kind of get into just being like a bad Dino Hawk deck. I don't really have strong opinions on the card slots in those best decks, Mad Chicken. I just looked over a bunch of the different deck lists and grabbed ones that seemed like they had cards that make the most sense. You can and should adjust the details to be cards that you want to have them be. Yeah, Dr. Doom's probably a good play in here for our last turn play. We even just do like the Wave She-Hulk Doom in the games where we're not Sarahing. I don't really have room for Rock Slide. I wouldn't mind another like 1 or 2 drop in here, I don't think. We can fill Curve with Scorpion. Yeah. We can fill with Jeff as well. I guess Scorpion plays with Beast nicely on occasion. I'll favor that for that reason. Scorpion's a card I need to put some boosters into to split at some point. If you split an inked card, does the background stay? Nope. The only impact your existing split has on future splits is you can't get the exact same split twice. Oh, I'm sorry. I was in the wrong deck view while we were building in there. I should have bought the full screen. Apologies. Snap Iceman into Widow into Beast for sure. Put the cubes in the middle. Howdy, Yamp. Thanks. Yeah, the feedback on the best decks video has been real good today. Also, if you missed it, I try to do a gameplay video every day. We had a Patriot Ultron gameplay highlight go up. If you're looking for a highlight with that. Yeah? Do I want to put all these together? That one in the middle. Get to hit him with the Widow's Bite and then make it -1 power. Oh, yeah, you copy. You copy those cards, friend. Okay, so we're drawing Chavez next turn. Opponent is leaving. So long. Iceman said no target? Really? That's funny. Okay, so we'll turn 4 Hawk into turn 5 Wave She-Hulk Doom. I guess there could also be merit just going like Wave into Doom into Odin the Doom. The Hawk is... They're going to draw 2 more cards. Where can you submit a deck? Deck submissions are closed for the day. And
Escape.
usually deck submissions fill up in the morning. Usually I take 6 or 7, and we play each of them for somewhere between 20 to 40 minutes. If you are a subscriber who wants to get in on deck submissions in advance next time we do them, I think we're going to be bringing them back as a regular feature on the channel with the recent metagame shift. The Discord server, I ask for people the night before that are interested in claiming the slots. There's usually a few left when we go live in the morning, but if you want to guarantee one, make sure you're in the Discord server, and I post to the announcement channel when I'm planning to take some. Really unfortunate that we lost the priority coin flip here. Black Widow could have cut them off at 2 draws instead of 1. Feels bad, man. Just take their draws away. So, the way this works is we set all of the cards in both players' hands to 4. And then Odin's gonna go ahead and slam down here. And Odin's not only going to re-wave, but Odin's going to re-Black Widow them. Well, I guess Island of Silence is real bad for us too, huh? Give a rip. Does Infinite only play Infinite? Only affect people in Infinite currently. That is correct. So if you're playing against people with last season's Infinite card back, that means they are not yet Infinite again for this current season. I think we're unfortunately dead here because of a shit-tastic combination of locations.
Escape.
Oh, we're gonna get through our play 6 cost card quest with this deck. That's nice. Oh, look, I looked away and then Sokovia flipped up. Thankfully, my untapped deck tracker tells me I discarded Scorpion and they discarded Jeff. Looks like a Sandman deck. Because they're Sandman, I'm just going to go ahead and play the Beast out proactively early. Gonna get the disruption in where we can before they lock us out of playing cards. The Sandman deck typically does not have location interaction, so I'm gonna snap them on this Lizard into Bar with No Name. Which tracker do I use? The untapped tracker. think it's the best third-party tracker for Snap currently. Hey, Skizzle, thanks for the quarter of a year. Does it work on mobile? It does not currently work on mobile. My understanding is they'll eventually have an Android client, but no TBA on that yet. And then, as is the case, it is not possible to have a tracker on iOS devices at all. Huh? If I do this. Yeah? Yeah. Think we just get outclassed to this matchup? I expect them to kind of just make bigger numbers than we do. And I don't know if this deck that we're playing withstands the test of time. Feels like our game plan is more cute than good. Dead to a stiff breeze here. I guess we beat Doom. Do we beat Ultron? Ultron gives them 16 up to 19 here. And Ultron, no, it gives them +1 more, so it'll actually let them win the game.
Victory.
Yeah, their Doom makes bigger friends. They're retreating, but I think I was honestly close to doing the same. Our early disruptive plays here. Press the button. Mr. Sandman, stopping my plays. What did I do for my anniversary the other day? My wife and I didn't do anything on our anniversary, but earlier this month we had a child-free weekend in Chicago. We went and saw the Book of Mormon on Broadway in Chicago. Stayed downtown for a couple of nights, did some walking around, ate at some restaurants that aren't in our local area. How was the show? I wouldn't say that the Book of Mormon was bad, but it was definitely very obvious that it was created by the makers of South Park. For better and worse. Any restaurant recommendations? We ate at Flat Top and the Cheesecake Factory, which are both excellent options. Why don't we just doom into Odin the Doom? We'll play their own song against them. It's a little sad because it takes 3 power out of the center for us. And we're done here.
Escape.
The little avocado appetizers. Yeah, the avocado egg rolls are quite excellent. As a certified millennial, I do my best to eat the avocado dishes at whatever restaurants I go to. Feels like it's required. We have Widow into Wave, into Odin the Widow and Wave, into Darkhawk. Let's do it. What's going on, Eric? Thanks for the 3.5 years. We dipped into Magic Arena a little bit last week or the week before. And I honestly gotta say, I just didn't miss it. I think the biggest thing after going back to playing Magic Arena after playing Marvel Snap so much is that the rate of gameplay in Magic is just so fucking slow. Like the quality of the actual games I think was actually pretty reasonable. Like the current Magic the Gathering standard format seems quite fine if you're into that sort of thing. But just, it takes so long for people to play. And how the game just plays out with the priority system. Odin the Widow and the Wave and cut them off their last couple draws here. I sell all my Magic cards. I never owned that many Magic cards. I had like a Legacy deck and a Modern deck at different parts. Never owned that many. Owning Magic cards is really expensive. Game is not cheap. I kept a couple of favorites. There's how many Magic cards sitting here right now? There's 8 of them, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ibanon, thank you for the 3rd of a year. I have 4 altered black bordered 8th edition Birds of Paradise. I have a Court of Calling, a Kiki Jiki, and a Restoration Angel. And I have 1 foil copy of Timeout. Our opponent's deck has a bunch of cards in it, right? Yeah, 7, 14. Is 12 enough to win the middle? I don't know that 12's enough to win the middle here is the tough part. And I don't think I can play for left and right simultaneously here, right? Like my Lockjaw is giving me a 2-power thing. I can win left or I can win right, but I can't win both. And they have an Ant-Man in the middle, so. Our saving grace is they haven't drawn that many cards, and their hand is random cards, so like maybe this does it, but. You just got to pull 3. How do you get your free card for this month? Are you collection level 500? Once you're collection level 500, the claim a free pull 3 card should open up in the shop. Chuffalicious, thanks for the second month of Prime. Glad you hung out for the first month and decided to come back and do it again. Good to have you. I also, and this is a more subjective thing, not about the pacing of the game, I think sitting and playing Magic Arena where you strip away all the social components and you just play a fuck ton of games of Magic the Gathering in quick succession really kind of puts a magnifying glass on like the kind of core system issues Magic has compared to more modern card games. Sometimes Lucky gets a Scorpion after they best. Like, I think a significant part of like what made Magic such a reasonable game was like the fact that like I played, you know, half a dozen matches in a week, not a dozen matches a day. The game doesn't quite hold up to playing it exactly that much, I don't think. At least not in my opinion. So I miss the newborn phase of my kids. If I'm being honest, not at all. I think my kids are perpetually more fun the older that they get. Being able to like actually do stuff with them and play games and go camping and all that types of things. Yeah, babies just like exist. They're kind of cute, I guess.
Opponent snapped.
Dead. Like we might be dead. The wave might get them here. Now, with the Sarah, they do get to play 2 cards out here. The question is, do their 2 cards beat Doctor Doom? They might. They're a Killmonger deck. Interesting. We were dead either way, right? The Starlit Citadel lost us the game. We'd have gotten a free Sanctum. We'd have been okay. I guess the Shang-Chi should have told us they were a Sarah deck, huh? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and move on to our next deck. This archetype for people that are newer to Snap is one that we had played in seasons past. And I think it was all right to revisit it, but just like what this deck is doing just doesn't quite feel powerful enough. Like the original idea was that like you like get Sarah early and then you Odin your wave to kind of lock them into one play and you get 2. But there's just so many like opposing Sarah decks and Zabus and She-Hulks and Deaths. So you're not really locking your opponent into much. Didn't you build a massive playground in your backyard? I mean, it depends on your definition of massive, but yeah, my kids have a playground in the backyard. We live in a place where space is plentiful and cheap. Put it to good use for the kiddos. We actually just ran out. We got the kids new bikes for the summer. Their old ones were getting on the small side. All right, what is this deck doing? We've got Ghost Rider with Sif and Moon Knight and Helicarrier. Then we've got Stature with Moon Knight and Black Bolt. We've got Agent Coulson for some random generation as well. Got a Quinjet kind of tie in the room together. All right, sure. I like what we got going on here. I like Colleen and Swarm. Juggernaut, I could probably take or leave. There's no express synergy for Juggernaut and anything that we're doing here, but it's also like not a bad card. I need 2 Quinjets in this deck. Sabu Daredevil. So long, Quinjet. Hardly knew ya. Since the update, putting Chavez at the bottom of the deck, I've been seeing a lot more Cable to pull that card. You're probably just more conscious of the copies of Cable you're seeing, more so than seeing more of it. You think Cosmo needs tuning or some levels of counterplay? I think basically every tech card in Marvel Snap could probably stand to lose 1 to 2 points of power. Cosmo, Shang-Chi, Enchantress, Armor, Killmonger. I think they should probably take one stat away from all of them. Sandman, yeah. All of those cards, I don't think their effects are necessarily too good, but I think their fail state should be worse than it is, basically. Like those cards win the game on the spot when they pop off. And what your deck does when it wins the game, when it doesn't win the game on the spot, should be a little bit worse, I think. All right, what are we doing here? All right, what are my discarded cards? I have 2 Swarms. Oh, I guess Swarm is awkward with Ghost Rider. So I was into what the Colleen Swarm was doing from other decks, but yeah, maybe we shouldn't be playing Swarm because the Swarm cards are technically discarded. And if we do this, If we get lucky, the Valk flips middle.
Higher, further, faster, baby. Higher, further, faster, baby.
Lower, closer, slower, Grandma.
Victory.
Oh yeah, maybe we're supposed to go Valk stature with Swarm at the end, because the Swarm was 3 regardless, right? Yeah, I could have gone. I didn't play these optimally. The Swarm should have been the 3rd card here. Helicarrier slam dunk. You think Jeff could be the new de facto 2-drop replacing Lizard? Yeah, I agree with you with that. I think Lizard is likely a marginal upgrade, sometimes more than marginal, over other existing individually good 2-drops. Just can't play Colleen here because I want to play Lady Sif next turn. And then the fact that I couldn't play Colleen here means that Lady Sif with Helicarrier fills my hand. Yeah, I think I'm gonna swap out some of the bottom end package in this deck. We'll tune some of the details. Alright, all the cards are belong to you, bud. I'd like a free 6-drop to carry me to victory. What if we played, like, the Miles package? We have Jeff already. We could play Nightcrawler, Polaris, Miles. If we're gonna get Giganto, Arnim Zola, or Destroyer, or like Galactus. Alright, one of your finest copies of the Hulk, please. Another one that's just fucking dead. Oof. Oof. The oof size is large.
Escape.
Alright, let's retool the bottom end since Colleen is awkward with Ghost Rider. Okay, I think I like the idea of playing the Miles package since we're on Jeff. Seems fine. I think Shadow King as well as Valkyrie are both tech cards that are in a worse position. If you look at all of the best decks in the current, so all 3 decks in my best decks video I talked about this morning that I classified as the best decks right now, none of them care about Valkyrie or Shadow King. So both those cards were fine against Shuri, but that deck's not the deck anymore, right? Really unfortunate Iceman there. Never lucky rubber ducky. Valkyrie, like 3 different decks only put her on the board once. Yeah, like I said, I think she's unfortunately just not in a good spot in the current metagame. Yo, dog, I heard you like helicarriers, so I put a helicarrier in your helicarrier. Some heliception, yeah. Black Bolt down into the Nexus here before they goose it. Our Giganto can go left thanks to the Beast, that's true. This could end up being lose the Nexus, win the game angle. We'll get to Giganto into Limbo, and then we can Stature plus Helicarrier middle. Play. I think that's the play. I'm really surprised they didn't goose the Nexus. I assume they're just like playing their entire hand, including a Hitmonkey here. Dinner's ready. Come and get it. Yeah, the Bastard of the Nexus feels a little bit strange as well. I wonder if are they getting rid of the Nexus, maybe? This could be them setting up to get rid of the Nexus. Stature going to the Nexus stronger. Is Stature going to the Nexus because it's stronger versus Shang-Chi? Yeah. Surprised how few Ghost Rider boosters you have between the beta and zombie meta. Yeah, I didn't actually play the card a ton. Rip. If I had put Helicarrier into the Nexus, we'd have won. Close. Yeah, I wanted to play around Shang-Chi because they played Sarah. The Sarah versions of Hitmonkey are more likely to have Shang. Yeah, 2 of our play 6 costs done that game though. Real MVP. What new card is next week? Stegron is next week. There's a piece of fucking candy if I ever saw one. Well, golly. here, friends. What you got? Do 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 do. Beep beep beep. Oh no, they have adult too. What are they cooking? What happens if you purchase a bundle and it puts you over the 10,000 credit limit? If you purchase a bundle and it puts you over the limit, it just puts you over the limit, but then you can't collect subsequent, you can't collect subsequent ones, is what happens. So you won't be able to claim additional credits until later, until you get below the 10,000 credit limit again. That's why, like, the really big bundles, like the Pro bundle or whatever it's called, that gives you so many credits, gives you boosters, so you can immediately spend to under the credit limit, so you're not hung up on it. I will say, decks that generate random cards create some of the most amusing games. Parker! Parker! I'm building my first Agatha deck, and I realized by looking at the stats, the majority of their decks have no way to cheat her out, because that would mean the user would have to take over. Yeah, a lot of the Agatha decks that you'll see stats for on places like Untap are people basically AFK idle farming season pass experience with her. Because technically, AFK idle farming with her is a way to get extra collection level and credits. It's the reason why they capped your season pass experience after 10 hours of play in a day.
Wind, aid my hand.
What is that avatar? I have the Punisher avatar, and my opponent has the new Hella Bundle avatar. Oh my gosh. That's second rude. Well, the good news is the hub created us this beauty. $11, $13. We do this because it beats their vision. Oh my god, I forgot to play around fucking Arrow. I deserve that. We deserve to lose that one. Yeah, it's been a while since I had to think about Arrow. It's just like not even on my radar. Oh wait, I couldn't play around Arrow, right? Because of the Morag? Yeah, couldn't play around Arrow. There was the Morag. Good chat. It was a $200 arrow, chat. There's no playing around the $200 arrow. You just gotta accept that you're dead. Is that really how much ultimate variants are? The answer is, it depends. So, the way the economy in Marvel Snap works is every additional collector token you buy gets progressively more expensive. So the $200 for an ultimate variant is only the price if you're assuming that you got every other card in the month. So to get an ultimate variant in addition to they have death too, right? In addition to everything else, it costs about $200. However, if you're not buying any Series 5 cards in a month, you can technically get an ultimate variant completely for free. So it depends on, the cost of them is variable depending on how else you're engaging with the economy. This deck work with the collector over Jeff? I mean, I think that's probably worse than Lizard, right? Like, the biggest collector's ever going to be in this deck is 6, and Lizard would just be a 5. Is there anything you could do to focus boosters? No, not really. Yeah, they cost between $0 and $200. Like, the loose translation of the Marvel Snap economy in a given month is your first Series 5 card is free. Your second one is $10, the season pass card. Your third one is like $50 thereabouts, depending on what packages of tokens are available. And the fourth one, and God forbid a fifth one in months like May, get really expensive. Like $100 and a half, $200 expensive if you're getting all of them right away. Once you've spent it all, maintaining isn't quite as bad. No, that's the maintaining cost, Jimmy. If you want to keep having everything right on release, it still stays pretty expensive. Yeah, the Token Tuesdays did a good job of making tokens flow a little bit more freely, for sure. while in general, I'm a pretty big proponent of talking up other content creators that I enjoy, in general, to the person in chat that just came in and suggests we go watch another Twitch streamer stream, it's really fucking bad form to come into someone's channel who's currently live and suggest people go watch someone else. It's fine if you personally want to watch someone else and enjoy someone else's content more than whatever is currently on this channel, but coming in and cross-promoting it is bad form. Please don't do it here. Rugged, thanks for the 2 months of Prime, appreciate it. Alright, Mr. Modoc. Shurrying to... I'm doing this, and I'm moving Jeff, and then, like, next turn, we'll Ghost Rider the Modoc back, and we'll Miles somewhere, and we'll Crawler somewhere. They're also about to put a big Shuri thing into this path, though, too, right? Rip. Yeah, this is only plus 11. Guess we do this. Die to a Taskmaster. What future bundles will I be buying? I haven't sat down to look at all of the bundles for May yet. Planning to do that over the weekend, and Monday morning I'll have a non-gameplay video on the Hoglandia Snap channel breaking down the value comparison of upcoming May bundles compared to the existing April ones. One upside to playing this deck, these Stature Miles decks tend to have, is that, like, all your things are small enough to dodge Shang-Chi, which feels real good. Just like, don't get got by that card. Any good Groot decks? No, Groot and Hela are both cards that are not currently playable. That being said, the ratio of gold and credits in the Groot bundle is better than buying gold and turning it into credits directly. So, as someone who periodically buys gold and turns it into credits occasionally to get more tokens, I bought the Groot bundle because it's a better deal in terms of getting currency than what I would normally be buying. My line in the sand for do I buy a bundle is basically, does it give me more collector's tokens than I would get from spending that money on 100 gold purchases in the same ratio? Good, Moon Knight. Looks like the Thanos control deck. Agent Coulson's a great pickup here after our hand just got beat up. If Nebula comes out as data mine, does it become the worst season pass card ever released? I don't know, chat. Is a potential 1/9 for 1 energy bad? I'm pretty shitty at figuring out cards that are good or bad. Can someone let me know, is a 1/9 good? Maybe we need to put a poll up. Hold on. I need extra opinions. Is a 1-9 good? Yes, no, LOL, Twitch chat. So I have to worry about Professor X and... I have to worry about Professor X and Spider-Man here. Which feels bad. I think we do this. And then next turn we vision Miles. In general, chat, to give a less sarcastic answer to is Nebula good or bad, the answer is a firm, we don't know, we need to play some games with it. Take a deep breath, wait and see. Don't cast judgments on cards you've literally never played games with. Normalize saying, I don't know, let's figure it out. I think Nebula has a lot of potential. I think people are undervaluing having some ability to dictate where your opponent plays their cards on it.
Victory.
Like, people talking about Killmonger and Elektra, like, yeah, if you're playing Nebula, you probably need to put armor in your Marvel Snap deck. Like, that's not really new. If your deck has a good 1-drop in it, you probably need to consider armor. It's a factual statement. LOL Twitch chat has won the poll. As expected. I've seen a lot online about should I get Thanos or High Evolutionary? How should we know if we haven't used High Evolutionary yet? The other funny part about the should I get High Evolutionary or Thanos statement is that it ignores the fact that if you literally spend down to 0 collector's tokens on Thanos today, by the time High Evolutionary releases, you'll have 6,000 tokens again. And so people have been asking, should I save my tokens for High Evolutionary, like, for like literal weeks now, and it's just been such a weird question, because it's like, you'll have more tokens by then. Chill. Should you get Kang and Galactus? Do you enjoy eating your own boogers? Burb, yes. Big considerations for Kang and Galactus. You just want kitty pride? Yeah, me too. I'm gonna lose to so much Sandman once they unban Kitty Pryde. Hopefully by the time Kitty Pryde is legal again, Sandman has different stats. Fingers crossed. By the time Kitty Pryde rolls back around, Sandman has a different stat line. Did you save your token for Stegron or Howard the Duck? Oh my god, we got their Power Stone. Swat that Infinity Stone out of their hands. Get. I would be very surprised if Howard the Duck was a more playable card than Stegron. Stegron reads as a very reasonable Marvel Step card. I'm expecting that one to likely be pretty playable. Maybe not quite Jeff the Shark playable, but it reads as a relatively generically good card. Ah, missed it by this much. You overhedged the Thanos path. Rip. Yeah, Howard and Iron Lad in a Spectrum deck sounds sweet. Regis doesn't like Jeff the Land Shark. That's unfortunate for him. I'd put good money on anybody that's down on Jeff will have their opinion changed on him over the course of the next few months. I don't think it's a stretch to say that this card's likely going to replace Lizard as kind of the go-to 2-drop for generically good stat lines and flexibility. Yeah, I don't think Jeff the Shark is likely worth 6,000 tokens to a lot of people because, like, Jeff doesn't define any of the archetypes that he's really in. He's replaceable. But that describes a lot of card releases. Like, I don't think that's unique to that. Yeah, I see a lot of people are just like shoving this card into Sandman decks. And it's just like, yeah, I mean, I guess it's probably not great there. I'd believe that. Let's do this actually, see what Helicarrier gives us. Yeah, Mike. Like, my take on Jeff is like, Jeff's like a 7.5 compared to like a potential 7 in like Lizard or Scorpion. Not Mr. Negative. All right. I'm moving Nightcrawler for the sake of having Miles be cheaper next turn. And then we're dead to null. As someone who loves Storm decks, yeah, if you love, I play a lot of Storm Professor X, and if you like those two cards, Jeff is just like, aces. I mean, Spider-Man, the people saying, yeah, we got rid of Spider-Man. Spider-Man didn't do anything here, right? Dead to null. We have not played Polaris to pull Electra. I'm gonna give you a 10-minute timeout to go read both of those cards. Color, thank you for the half a year. I appreciate that. Welcome back. All right, let's kick along to our next viewer submitted deck. Out some of these. Oh, there's a snow guard in here. Why is there a snow guard in here? Okay, so we have Viper, Debris, Hood, Korg, Widow. Snow Guard, Hopium. Is a Goblin can probably swap out. Yeah, Goblin seems a little out of place here. I think I'd like a copy of Iceman. With Debris and Viper especially, I don't think we need Goblin. We need Snow Guard because we have the winter variants for Debris and Patriot. That's true. Oh yeah, sorry. It's been a while since we've done so many Decadents on screen. I forget to switch over. We can play a couple with Snow Guard, but she's probably not optimal other than the fact that the artwork is gorgeous. What's the point of Patriot? Patriot is +4 power with Debris, and it's +2 on the Hood, and it's +4 on Dr. Doom. It's actually an interesting thing to think about, right? Because, like, if you think about what is a good rate for a 3 energy play, like, Polaris is considered a good rate and Maximus is considered a great rate, right? So just Patriot plus Debris or Patriot plus Dr. Doom means that Patriot is at or above rate, depending on how you think about it, right? And in a game where we have like Debris and Doom or Debris and Demon or Doom and Demon, this is like in Maximus territory in terms of how many stats it adds. And that's even before you consider like random other location effects like Central Park or Raptors. I kind of like the idea of that. We're just like playing it as just like a decent rate card here. Let's give this one a go. And with Beast, you can get multiple demons. Yeah, that's true too. Beast can get multiple demons. Kansicles, thanks for the 3rd of a year. Welcome back. Should we be a Bass deck? Yeah, maybe. That could be the Snow Guard slot when we finally give up and decide Snow Guard is bad. So just to get out ahead of the suggestion, Snow Guard on the bear side here does not impact any of the locations we currently have in play. Is there anything more peak Twitch chat than me taking 3 or 4 minutes to fully explain why I like the look of a deck than what it's got going on, and then someone coming in after the fact who didn't listen to anything I said and being, this deck looks kind of bad? Stop it, Twitch chat. Get some help. It is always fine to leverage constructive criticism of something that you think might cause a deck to fall short. However, this deck looks bad with no other offerings is not that. gonna do this actually, because the debris rocks with the Patriot. Like even here, right? Like debris is gonna kick up 2 rocks, and that's 4 power. And then I'm gonna do it again next turn to get 8 power, which means my Patriot ended up being 10 power this game. We could also just slam Dr. Doom here and get some Doom bots going. We know they have an apocalypse. The question is, am I playing for the center? Would Stogar be better if it was always in the bear form? Yeah, definitely. Or sorry, the bird form. Yeah, the bird's definitely the better of the two. Oh. Korg adds 2 power. Doombot would be 7 power. I'd be going to 23 in the middle. Oh, there's a world where this one's the game, right? We are not living. Wait, they have 2 cards in hand. Nope, dead. All right. Yeah, and maybe I'm just supposed to give up on the center and put the bigger Doom bots left and right. We probably still lose regardless, right? I mean, I don't think randomization in Snowguard's design is inherently bad. It's just that both halves are like pretty useless in a lot of different spots. And when you add that they're only niche usable in combination with, if you factor in that they're only niche usable in combination that you also don't get to choose, like, then you end up with a card that's just kind of eh. We're honing in on this play 6 cost cards mission. I think if you sit down and comb through all of the locations that card works with, the list is like embarrassingly small. With their less leech, is MODOK still bad? No, I think MODOK's quite reasonable. One of my deck highlights over the weekend will be a MODOK deck. MODOK is good fun and I think pretty reasonable as far as power level goes. Now, chat, don't you try this at home. Our Viper is classically trained, okay? You're gonna have worse results than this. Rats. Oh, I could have put a rock into there, right? Would have been better than raptoring them? That's true. I wasn't thinking about that. Hey, Dice Cop, thank you for the 3rd of a year. Appreciate that. Chance of Cools, thank you for the 4 months as well. And Color, thank you for the half a year. Good morning, folks. Afternoon, it's 1 p.m. here in the cornfields now. Time is a blurry line. Hey, what's going on, Final Hour? Thanks for the brand new Prime. Dr. Doom, eh? So what happens if they Heimdall? Guess it depends on where he goes. Let's do this. Is there a world where this one's the game? I believe. 3 a.m. in Japan. That's so late. It's Saturday already. How's the future? I think we beat Heimdall mid, right? Do we? Math. Do we not? No, yeah, because they get the -2. They stay at 8. Yeah, we're good. Classic play Heimdall, lose the game move deckline. Happy it's the weekend, long day dealing with babies at work. Do you work at a daycare or in IT support? Jeff, please, you're hitting too close to home. Listen, chat, I've worked that life. I feel for you. I don't have a beast in sight, so I think I'm supposed to widow the negative zone and then Viper her across. Hey, Helic, thanks for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. I think this is just Viper mid, beast these back. Well, actually, what if I go beast middle, Viper the beast across? And then next turn we can go Widow into Hawk into Mystique the Hawk here? I think I like that. Is it a bot? Can't tell. None of these are bot splits. Could be a human. Could be a human. What's the play here, chat? We could lose this game. We actually lose to Jeff on the left. Are we supposed to pass? Yeah, we would have lost to Jeff on the left. I could have, like, Patrioted into Mystique to go +4 here to 6, but Jeff would have put them to 7. I was going to say we could play around Jeff, but we actually can't because of the Ant-Man bonus. You ever find a good Snow Guard deck? No, I don't think those exist, unfortunately. This is a viewer submitted deck. Everything we're playing today is viewer submissions. That was me. I was playing Agatha. Ah. Overlay shows the cards have been drawn. That is the untap tracker. You can find them on PC here. Checking them out using my link is a great way to support my content. I am an affiliate with them, so I get a little bit of a kickback anytime someone installs using my link. We'll go Patriot into the flooding here. Yeah, it seems good. It's a Mystique the Hawk, and then Black Widow. Locking that power at 8. We follow up with Doctor Doom. Hey, Matt. Thank you for the almost 4.5 years. Welcome back. How's Spectro Destroyer with Skrull? I think Skrull's probably a fine tech card there. Hope you revisit Bast Patriot. I think Bast Patriot is worse than Ultron Patriot at the moment. I think Valkyrie as a tech card is much worse than it was in the previous format. Valkyrie really isn't good against any of the best decks right now. I don't know that +5 here is enough. I'm probably dead. Yes, matchmaking is infinite only against other infinite as of this patch. That's super unfortunate. Hopefully they're a Galactus deck. Is the infinite MMR snapshot a thing too? I don't know the answer to that one. I don't know that we saw communication on that one way or another. Hey Jeff, why don't you like Reddit? Because I have 2 brain cells that I can rub together to form cohesive thoughts and have read the takes that exist there. Because shit like the matchmaking is rigged against me, despite the developers of the game saying point blank the matchmaking doesn't work that way, get fucking 2,000 upvotes on that platform. Ain't no reasonable person got time for those conspiracy theory slinging motherfuckers that got endless excuses for why they can't be good other than they need to get better. Going on, Fisher? Thanks for the quarter of a year. Actually, let's Viper this one and bounce these, then we'll debris and kick into both of these again.
Enough said, bub.
Someone asked if I ever met Ben Brode IRL. I have not. I'm punting the middle. Ooh, can we win the left though?
All systems go.
Can't, right? I guess I needed to punt the left. If I thought they were likely to play to the left, I should have punted the left. If I would have put the hood here, I would be at 1. And then, yeah, I messed this up. I should have calculated that I needed to punt here, and then we could have gone Demon Patriot and 1 here and here.
Escape.
Any favorite pro sports teams? No, I don't follow sports at all. Patriot Mystique tied middle. Yeah, but we were losing the breaker by a lot on the left, right? Why didn't I play Patriot the previous turn? Because I didn't have enough mana to play Debris, Patriot, and generate a Demon. I don't know. As someone who gets a lot of pushback for moderating nonsense out of his spaces, there are a lot of human beings that think all spaces should be largely unmoderated. The Marvel Snap subreddit is largely unmoderated, with things like conspiracy theories and stuff like that. One of the things that I think enough people don't give enough thought to is one of the reasons why conspiracy theories like that are so shitty and terrible is because letting those types of things exist and feeds leads to those types of people that are susceptible to them and believing them going deeper down the rabbit hole and believing worse and worse things. There's a pretty good YouTube documentary about the flat earther to QAnon pipeline. Because, like, flat earthers were one of those things that's just like, haha, they're so silly and stupid, this shouldn't be a big deal, LOL, whatever. But then you actually realize that, like, what it's priming those people to do. And it's just like, oh, yeah, this is actually real bad.
Clear for takeoff.
The Spectrum Destroyer list, what's a good sub for Electro? Just a different ongoing card. Mr. Fantastic or something. Cerebro 3 is quite bad. It's bad in theory, and it's bad based on the metrics on Untapped. Cerebro 3 currently holds the title for the shittiest deck in Marvel Snap that people keep constantly telling me is good. Let's check today. I haven't checked today how shitty Cerebro 3 is. Maybe it's better. Let's take a peekaboo together. Nope, still a 45% win rate and a negative cube metrics. Still shit. Cerebro 2, cube positive 50% win rate. Cerebro 2 has been the best Cerebro variation for a long while now, and it will continue to be so for the foreseeable future, I would wager. What was C3's popularity? Is it more popular than Cerebro 2? It's more popular than Cerebro 2. Yeah, it's 2.2%. Oh, look, this one with Jeff the Shark is barely cube positive. Still sub 50% win rate, but barely cube positive. It's not a good scene. Yes, that's actually true. People finally got access to Valk and Bast and are excited to try. It's probably a good take. I also think part of the reason why that deck is bad right now is, like we've talked about, I think Valkyrie is actually in a really medium position post changes. If you look at all of the best decks right now, none of them are very happy to have Valk played it. Or none of them are very upset to have Valk play into them. This is the wrong play. I'm going to make it. Oh my god, they just burned their Carnage.
This just in.
Rip. Oh, they have a beast. Super dead. I was excited after she dropped to pull 3, and she's been okay at best in every deck I've tried her in. Yeah, Valk was like a card that could fill the you need to play a Shang-Chi or a Valk slot in the previous format, but not so much anymore. All right, chat. We're just about done with this deck and ready to move on to the next one. And the next one is our last deck submission I have for the day. So I'm gonna reopen deck submissions for Twitch subs. If you want to submit a deck, you need to be subscribed to the channel. And it's a 10 USD donation, either via the Stream Elements link there or via bits in chat. We're not gonna make Weird World our last one though. We're not gonna make Weird World the last one. We're gonna get one more decent game in. We play decks for 20 to 40 minutes. Can you become Series 3 complete without spending any money? Yes! Regardless of when you start playing Marvel Snap, you can become Series 3 complete for free. The absolute slowest you acquire Series 3 cards is, the absolute slowest you acquire Series 3 cards is 11 per month, free to play. And at most, 3 to 5 new cards enter Series 3 per month. Damn it, chat! Okay, we'll play one more after this, but I needed... Oh, don't judge me, okay? I can stop whenever I want, I just don't want to. I'll do it again, I swear. Oh! Wow. What did fun ever do to you, opponent? Ooh, Patriot Mystique means I'm gonna win the raid, right?
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
They are really fucking fun at parties. And this is why, like, this is a fucking Galactus deck, chat. This is why the people that are like, just put debris in your Galactus deck and you'll win, it's just like, fuck you, idiot. Like, have you ever actually played Marvel Snap and experienced the range of play patterns that happen here? It's very much not the case of put debris in your deck and suddenly the Galactus deck auto loses. Like, you're right. The Galactus deck would be unplayable if it could never beat the card debris. Sometimes it can't, but a lot of the time, it can. Hey, Bike Bud, thanks for the half a year, by the way. Appreciate that. That's true. It probably has a higher success rate at lower ranks. I agree, Dara. Honestly, I think at this point, especially in the post-Nimrod world in which we live, in the post-Nimrod world in which we live, the change I would like to see in Galactus at this point is it just shouldn't be playable till turn 6. And you just leave the rest of it the same and make it so... For fuck's sake. All right, we're gonna get one more good game in with this, I promise. We're gonna get one more good one in. Copia. To the person in chat that said the deck that I'm currently playing is more toxic than Galactus, I'm sorry, what? See, chat, when someone asked why I dislike Reddit, those are the kind of takes that not only get to exist on Reddit, but they get fucking upvotes. That's why those spaces are mind-numbing. Debris is more toxic than Galactus. Holy shit, gamers. Please, please make it stop. Because Reddit's filled with Galactus players. That's true. Am I doing deck submissions on Monday? Yeah, probably. We'll see. I need to take a look and see exactly, but likely. +6 is probably enough to win the game here, right? Yeah. Alright, we're gonna call that good enough. Call that one good enough. Claw could have gotten us. Yeah, I mean, if they were beating us, if they had Claw, they had it. Tap on out. Can you make... Okay, this is our next submission. I also do requests. You can send in specific deck lists, but you can also send in build-around requests. Big Baby's Dwarf deck. Perfect. We'll get that one in after this one. So the request here is, can we make a deck that makes the opponent think we're Galactus without actually being Galactus? We could just build, like, I actually had, did I have Wolverine in it? Yeah, you could build Nimrod Destroyer. This, yeah, I mean, I think this fits the bill, right? What do we think? Oh, I guess this doesn't have Electro to ramp, but it's got Wave. Yeah, sorry, Virgil. I think the have some crap decks are just kind of in an awkward spot. Like, there's enough Killmongers in the game to make them awkward. You don't generate super big numbers. The Electro decks don't really care about the clutter. Bucky is out of place. I mean, I have a bunch of things that blow stuff up. Bucky seems good. Hood is worse than Yondu. Yeah, I'd buy that for $1. It also makes us look more like the other deck. I do need Yondu boosters. No, wait, I don't need Yondu boosters. I just need to press the button. And they got a Yondu variant the other. I must have run out of credits after I got the Yondu variant. Yeah, I think this fits the bill of what we had. Let's give it a go. Who submitted that one? Are they still here? Mega Arcadine, are you hanging out in chat? Does this fit the bill of what you're looking for? Are there any bots in the 90s? Yeah, there's bots all the way down. It's me, and yes, perfect. All right, let's play some games. They won't believe you're Galactus, Jeff, unless you're playing the base Yondu art with a green border. Space drone's actually kind of annoying for us, huh? I don't know what our curve's supposed to look like here. Oh my god, super rewarded for deciding to play right. Holy crap, did they fix that, chat? What if I do this, and then next turn we go Deathlock Wolverine, and then we destroy her the Space Stone on the last turn? I kind of plays for all three. There's a world where this wins the game. Gonna be at 10 on the right. Wow. Ugh. Rip. So close. For the love of God, please don't call my opponents in my chat a bot. None of these are bot splits. This is not a deck that any of the bots this season have been playing. You're just wrong. And it's fucking rude. Calling my opponent a bot is another way of saying you think they're playing poorly or they're bad. Ooh. Isn't there a Google sheet that lists bot names? Yeah, and usernames aren't unique in Marvel Snap. And you could change your name every 30 days, and people frequently change their names to appear like they're a bot. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I'm snapping, says local man about to be Cosmoed. I played against Shroud today. I think it was, I forget whose stream I was watching last night, but one of the streamers in the evenings had changed their username to Shroud. Just like, LOL. It was Dara? Okay. There's Dara. I couldn't remember if it was you or someone else. You were one of the streams I flipped through. I didn't want to say the wrong name. To my knowledge, there has not been any fix for the crashing issues that people have been experiencing after the most recent patch, unfortunately. Am I just doing nothing? I think I'm just doing nothing. Because we're just like going Nimrod into Venom here. And then we're hoping to draw Carnage or Deathlock for the last turn to spread the rod around the board. Yeah, Nerf Shuri's super relevant here. We'd have a 20 power rod under old Shuri circumstances. I'm gonna top deck Destroyer Copium. Yeah, I honestly, I should have played the Shuri Center to play around Cosmo or Armor into the lab. Is what I should have done. That was the better line. Yeah, they look like Cerebro 3. Okay. Cool deck. Cool deck. That's why the Cerebro 3 data looks the way it does. Truth. Confirmation bias, your old nemesis. They're trying to get through to the Redditors, chat. They're not the hero we deserve, but they're certainly the hero we need. That's a Kilometers Morales level name. It really is.
Wind, aid my hand.
Do you foresee them making a card that affects your opponent's card with static effects? Can you give me an example? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. We're dead, right? I don't know how we win this game. There's a good chance our deck is not very good, chat.
Escape.
So chat, we're gonna have a quick social media lesson with Jeff Hoagland. Some people ask me why I moderate my spaces the way that I do. I posted this clip the other day of us banning a bigot with a comment here, a reminder that trans rights are human rights. And someone, seemingly innocent enough, said that doesn't sound very transphobic, can you explain it to me? So someone links them the definition here of why it's transphobic, and then they come back with a laughing after having it explained to them. So I didn't take the time to explain it to them, and I simply blocked them when they posted that initial response. And the reason why I blocked them instead of engaging with them is very simple. They're a default avatar, no banner, following only 7 people with 0 followers and no actual tweets. No tweets coming out of an account that looks like this are going to be happening in good faith. These are only tweets that are going to be looking to stir up shit and waste people's time. This is a big red flag commenter. A sock account. Yeah, that's what they usually call those. We had a small stream hiccup there. Small burp. Burp probably a better descriptor. We can't play Nimrod on 5 is awkward. I don't want to alarm any of the viewers at home, but there is a significant chance that our Nimrod deck is not very good. You think Null should be a permanent Series 5 cards? I think permanent Series 5 cards are an incredible mistake, and I would prefer if they got rid of the ones we had, not added more of them. I think the single worst thing about the Marvel Snap economy at the moment is perpetually Series 5 cards in their existence. That's so sad. Like, we would have actually had a solid curve here, right? Like, Sharia to Nimrod to Destroyer do something. I was near the top of that weird Nimrod leaderboard, and yes, that is a bad card, dude. Hey, Percival, thanks for the 3rd of a year. Welcome back. And Demartis, thank you for the 4 months as well. We considered Arnimzola. Yeah, that could be reasonable. I don't hate that. Well, actually, Arnimzola kind of went to shit. You see the t-shirt? Yeah, we can step back. Arnimzola kind of went to shit because you have to Nimrod into Shuri's path now, right? Am I not trying to climb? Why would I try to climb? Do you know what the reward is for climbing ranks in Marvel Snap? The reward for climbing ranks in Marvel Snap post-Infinite is you get put into fucking bot purgatory. That sounds atrocious. It's worse than not a damn thing. You get fucking punished with bots. The MMR snapshot doesn't prevent you from gaining MMR inside of Infinite. It prevents you from losing MMR inside of Infinite. Yes, we are getting weekly OTA balance changes every week for the next, through the end of May, they said. With the asterisk, when we get our May patch, there won't be OT updates that week. So most Thursdays between starting next Thursday through the end of May, we'll get balance changes. Rude. Alright, we'll play Wolverine over here. At least get some use out of this Shuri trigger. So even if you throw every game for missions and Infinite, you won't take your MMR. That is correct. Hey, congrats on 40, Hoopsta. At least you can't get your MMR lower than what it was when you entered Infinite. Wait, he still got bigger? How does that work? I'll take it. I thought if they juggernauted. Oh, it works the same as rescue. That's interesting.
Enough said, bud.
I don't know if my body's ready for this Valkyrie or Shang-Chi. To the people that are like, what happens makes sense, you played the card out into the Shuri lane. The thing that doesn't make sense about that is that if you juggernaut a card out of this location, out of a location before it flips up, you don't get the effects of that location as if you played it there. So it's inconsistent with how that card interfaces with other things. Rescue works that way. That is true. Rescue works that way. But how is rescue worded? Let me pause for a second. Angela and rescue work differently, and I can never forget the difference in their wording. Remember the difference in their wording. So Angela says, after you play a card here, +2 power. Rescue says, if you play a card here next turn, +5 power. What does Shuri say? If you play a card here next turn, double its power. Okay. So it is worded like rescue then. How How are the locations worded though? What is, okay, now I need to look at how a location is. So it works the same. It works the same as that. But like, what's a location? These do say after you play a card here, huh? What's on reveal effects happen twice at this location. Yeah, I guess they do say after or if played. After you play a card here, double its power. Oh, so that's why this one doubles after modifications, and Shuri, I will say, I wish that Shuri's lab and Shuri doubled in the same way. From a flavor perspective, it feels awkward that these that her and her lab work differently. I'm not a huge fan of that.
Victory.
They also got rid of the Reality Stone before London can happen. We could get like Professor X or something here though. Why is our deck so fucking terrible, chat? Why is it just an unplayable pile of garbage? Yeah. Double destroyer doesn't work, chat. Second destroyer kills the first destroyer. Big rip.
Escaped.
Nimrod should probably cost like 4, right? Hopefully he's a card that gets some love. That gets some love in the OTA changes. Like a 4-4 or a 4-3. Probably 4-4 at least. They could also start him low. They could make him like a 4-2 or a 4-3 and give him the Wolverine treatment where he gets bigger every time he blows up. I think that has some potential to be alright. So, obviously, we could be overthinking this a little bit, but the fact that our opponent played Electro out and they didn't play it into the danger room likely means that they're a Sandman deck, not a Galactus deck. That's fine. Yep. Did we finally do a thing, chat? I think we finally did a thing. This is like the type of game where you put the deck up on YouTube with it with the title like "This deck is busted." You just don't show them the other 2 hours of footage you left on the cutting room floor. Nimrod is broken. Oh my god, did we lose? No, we're winning the right? My heart stopped for a minute. I was like, oh no, we just lost the left. Whoo! Alright. Alright, thank you, Nova. I was like, we have to retire if we lose this one. This was supposed to be our moment. This is where we're supposed to start turning shit around. If we lost, I was uninstalling. How would you make this better? I don't think this deck can really be better. This is a deck that we built based on a request cannibal. I put it together. I don't think the Destroy archetype just isn't very good. It's just like the long and short of it. Okay, so we end the turn, and then we draw Nimrod, and then we draw Galactus, and this death is free because we get to play death. Thanos Destroy got you to infinite. Thanos Destroy isn't a destroy deck. It's a combo Deathwave deck. And you could argue with me that you think those things are different, but I will disagree with you. Deathwave. Deathwave is a fine deck. It's a fine combo deck. Nothing wrong with it. It's not a destroy deck. or giving me extra chances to draw Destroyer. It's exciting. Piece of candy. Piece of candy. Do I pass for the sake of playing around Valk and Shang? I think I do. It's a good sub for Valk in the Thanos control deck. Honestly, we played Rogue this morning, and I think she's a little bit better.
I am Iron Man.
Come and get it. Yeah, our opponent's playing Cerebro 3. There's probably a good chance you're gonna hit a lot of bots, Alex. It might honestly be worth waiting for you to just like wait till the next season starts. They also changed it so infinite players only play other infinite players now. All right, if Wolverine goes right, we win the game. Never lucky rubber ducky. We need to play Death first so she'll get the Nova bonus. It's true. It's true. It's just good gaming. All right, I'm gonna try a couple. I'm not gonna say we're gonna play this one until we get another good game, because I don't want to be here all night. We'll give it a few more to try and get one more in, but Nimrod is, alas, not particularly good. We finally lost to Cerebro 3. Oh, it's funny because it's true. Hey, Zeppelvu, thank you for the half a year. Appreciate you dropping the prime off again. Oh, you're right. With Krakoa, I should play the wave off the Nexus, so I have a slot here for Destroyer. Wave should go left or right here. I messed up. What do you say for 5 months where there's no small fraction that fits the bell? Usually just 5 months. My body is ready for rock into the Nexus. My body is ready for rock into the Nexus. Okay, you know what? That could have been worse. Could have been worse. Their Deathlock hit their Nova. That's cheating. Actually cheating. Playing Destroyer is worse than playing Death and Rock. What a game we live in. What's going on, Billy? Thanks for the 5 months. Afternoon. It's almost the weekend. Hope your workday's going all right. Wait. I'm gonna choose to go out on top, chat. We're gonna take that W and take it all the way to the bank. All right. We've got a movement deck here next for our next viewer submission. I'm gonna run to the restroom really quick before we load this one up. I'll see you in about 60 seconds. I'm gonna hit ad roll while I'm stepping away. Illiterate Wizard, thanks for the 5 months. BRB chat, we're gonna get our schmovement on here in a minute. That minute was too long. Some seconds to spare. Let's get this one loaded up, huh? We like to schmoove it. We like to schmoove it. Hey, BB Punja, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that. A lot of these are cards that I like. Let's see how it goes, huh? Do we have only a single enabler for Vulture? It's just one, huh? It's just Iron Fist for Vulture? This is my deck, but I didn't submit it. So if it does bad, it's not my fault. Checks out. Vulture is gonna be a real Marvel Snap card when Gwen Spider releases. Ah, yes. The tried and true first game with movement, location 1, game 1, Fisk Tower. Thanks, Brad. Wake up, sheeple, the truth is out there. The locations are as rigged as the earth is flat.
Live from the Daily Bugle.
Live from the Daily Bugle. This Vulture is great. It's basically got a fake gold background on it. It says no splits, but looks great.
Opponent snapped.
Which card got root you to Series 3 this last batch? Shuri, Valk, Bass, Skrull, and Panther. I think their turn 3 was better than our turn 3 chip. Guess we'll do this. Well, we can bully Wong at least. Bullying Wong is my favorite pastime.
In range.
Now they did Mr. Negative, so there's a chance that they fill here and Juggernaut doesn't do enough. Jeff gets shot by Fisk Tower. Yeah, if you try and move Jeff into Fisk Tower from one of the other two locations, he will get shot. What order? Why do we keep saying order? What did I do wrong? None of my ordering mattered here. Oh, I could Polaris pull the Zabu to give us more room to kick things into Fisk Tower with Jug. That's an interesting thought. It would mean I end up with 2 less stats in the middle, though, so I'd only be at 20. But maybe 20 is enough. Oh, we lost the breaker. Rip. Rip. So close. Need to put Crawler here over Jeff. And
Wind, aid my hand. Wind, aid my hand.
please jug me into nowhere. So we're hoping to have priority to juggernaut them out of miniaturized lab and punt them into nowhere. I could also Magneto them out of here. This beats Doctor Doom, right? Because they'll be 7, 12, and I'm 14 here. This beats Doctor Doom. Ba dip da da doom ba do 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 do. Chat, is it a flavor fail or a flavor win when Magneto beats Doctor Doom? Who's the bigger bat? I need some Marvel experts to weigh in for me in the chat. Who's winning that brawl, duking it out? Doctor Doom is made of metal, so alright. Got it. Magneto is shredding him, and it's not close. Every time I see this sunspot with the gold background, it makes me want to split my ink sunspot again. This card looks so good in gold. Wheel! How does gold rarity compare to inked? It's technically slightly rarer. You have a 10% chance to get either when you split, but your first chance to get gold isn't until your 5th split. Whereas your first chance for ink is your 4th split. Someone asks, is this deck viable without Jeff? I don't know if it's viable with Jeff. 10% each. Do you think they should change cable because of the new American Chavez? I am honestly desperately confused that so many people suddenly care about how cable works, because it's not like anybody is playing fucking cable. Like where are all these cable decks? People are suddenly very concerned about. And there also aren't that many Chavez decks. It's so weird. Like this niche case made this B tier card marginally better in one kind of matchup. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Cable could be a 2-3. Maybe a hot take. If Cable's a 2-3, it's one of the better cards in Marvel Snap. No cap. I think if Cable's a 2-3, it's one of the better cards in the game. A lot of people underestimate how big a single point stat line changes a lot of the time.
Wind, aid my hand.
How often do super rare variants rotate through the shop? They're never guaranteed. I've literally been waiting all year to see the same super rare variant in my store. and has not shown up. Is this right? This might be right. Do this, and we'll just make sure we don't discard Magneto. They're leaving. Deal. Wondering if you're giving any incentives for signing up to HelloFresh using your code. Yeah, I am, Samson. Anybody that signs up for the HelloFresh promo, which is running for the next month using my sign-up code, gets a 6-month free sub gift to the channel. I get a kickback anytime someone signs up using my code, so I give a little bit of that back to you all. I get a similar amount of support from HelloFresh when you sign up as if you subscribe to the channel for 6 months, so I just pay that forward on to you all. The HelloFresh promo code used to be 70%. I don't recall. I've done a few partnerships with them over the months, and if I'm honest, the numbers kind of blur together. I think I'm storming the embassy.
Wind, aid my hand.
If you're not familiar with HelloFresh, they deliver fresh ingredients and easy to follow meal instructions directly to your door every single week. My wife and I use their service as a non-sponsored thing as well. As someone who enjoys cooking and enjoys eating home-prepared meals to take out, we use them with a good bit of frequency in my house. Making it so you don't have to deal with figuring out ingredient proportions and stuff like that, or even coming up with the meals themselves yourself, is a large amount of convenience that I enjoy. Yeah, it's also very good at helping you learn how to cook too. All of the meal cards have nice picture instructions on them. I know card gamers have trouble with literacy at times. So it's good to know that even if you can't read, HelloFresh has something for you. I think we're dead here. I think we just lose the center, right? Yeah, Crimson Cosmos really hurt. To be fair, they were a Deadpool deck, so I bet Crimson Cosmos hurt them too. If you jug left, why play other cards there? Because I literally can't play them at either of these locations. The optimal thing to do here was retreat. Yeah, I didn't realize how much I enjoyed both cooking with and eating chickpeas prepared in a lot of different ways. I mentioned on stream before that I'm a vegetarian. They have a lot of vegetarian and vegan meal options each week. Or a range of things on there that I wouldn't have thought to prepare for myself that are pretty good. Sweet lizard split. Yeah, I don't know what the logistics are that the promos never work for Canada. Is my household vegetarian? No, my children are 7, 9, and 3. I'm happy when they eat anything. I don't care if it's vegetarian or not. Did you eat something that contained protein and not processed sugar? Yes? Great. Wonderful. Love you. I believe we have died here, unfortunately. How's the packaging with HelloFresh? I haven't used the other service that you referred to, but as someone who does get meal prep from the store on occasion, it's really not that markedly different in terms of the amount of waste and packaging compared to going to the store. And one of the big upsides talking about packaging with something like HelloFresh is that you don't have food waste, right? Like, they send you the ingredients you need to make the meal, and you're not trying to figure out, like, oh, I only needed 2/3 of this jar of spaghetti sauce and, you know, half of this pepper or whatnot. They send you what you need to make the meal and not more, not less. Storming Adelan. It feels like a hard sell to storm Adelan because they played Blizzard there, so I think I need to storm Nidavellir.
Wind, aid my hand.
The person who just came into my chat and was new to the channel that offered to set up some kind of racket and scam my sponsor. I don't know what other fucking Twitch creators you're working with that they think that that's a good idea, but no, I don't want to coordinate you with you in my DMs to scam money out of my HelloFresh sponsor. I would love it if people that actually watch my content and are interested in using the service consider signing up for it. But no. Stop it and fuck off. Are we dead here? I think we might be dead here. Rain is not great. How long do the recipes usually take? It depends on the recipe. When you're picking out the different meal options on their website, there's typically duration and time to prepare notes on them that can give you an idea of how long they'll take. I can't even begin to fathom about how that would work. Well, I get a bonus on my promo per new user that signs up. So I assume they asked me to give them a kickback of what I get per new user conversion, and I assume they just use fake addresses or something shitty to try and scam money out of the sponsor. What a really weird fraud. I assume there's someone that just like HelloFresh advertises a lot on twitch.tv, so I assume they just troll for channels that have it in the title or use some kind of API tool to find them automatically and then come in and try and convince people to scam their sponsor.
Wind, aid my hand.
You own the old jug over here. How's HelloFresh compared to other meal prep delivery services? They're about middle of the road in terms of cost, and they have a pretty reasonable selection in terms of range of meals to pick from every month. Well, Sinister London makes our flooded location a little bit less good. What if we do this. Scamming your sponsors, strong long-term move there. Yeah, exactly. Oh, look at this professionalism, chat. This is the type of professionalism why you're here watching the stream, I know. Alright, their Ironheart will go mid now. Let's see. And we knew their Ironheart was gonna go mid because they lack the professionalism that I have. Is Sinister London a bonus location right now? It seems to be showing up for you a lot. When I'm playing a deck that's good into something like Sinister London or Bar Sinister, I Venmo Ben Broad, and then he sets it up so it flips up more often for me. Listen, chat. If that play is Wong, then I don't want to be right, okay? That's all I'm saying. I think we probably lose to kicking them into the flooded zone. But we'll give them a cube. They teed us up for the joke. We'll give them the cube. This flooded location has started showing up way more since you started playing this deck. That's true. That's true, you know. Yeah, sure, I'm here to game. Our RNG made us some more RNG. Let's get at it, gamers. Ooh, Jeff into the island is real good. I understand the snap now. I guess we'll do this to get Miles triggered, but... I think we're dead here. Punisher could use some buffing. Yeah, I think Punisher could probably be like a reverse Lizard, and they could probably just make it a 2-2. 2-1 even. Shang mid might work on 6. Yeah, maybe. That makes like Nightcrawler our best draw here. Yeah, Jeff's effect sound is very tactile. Yeah, I guess Punisher and Black Cat are going to be killable on the island, right? Yeah, the problem here is I think we lose the left. They might move Vision right trying to play around Doctor Doom. I'm gonna stay. They might level themselves on the Doctor Doom. That's... Would we have won if we drew Nightcrawler? If we drew Nightcrawler, we'd have been tied here, and I would have been -2 here. So yeah, we were 1-4 to win that game. Move Jeff. If I moved Jeff, Punisher wasn't big enough to Shang-Chi. That's the problem. Yikes. Howdy, Denzel. Yondu Ironheart. What are we cooking with over there? Yeah, this is a great split. Like a negative destroy deck? Yeah, maybe. Odin's probably a good read. Play Polaris here, and then we're hoping to draw Magneto. We have priorities, so we get to yank Wong right out from underneath them here. Oh yeah, Juggernaut would have gotten him as well. Come here, friends. Never forget, chat. The most important question you could ask someone to figure out how much they understand Marvel Snap is, how good is Wong? How good is Wong? Not very. Not very. So broken. All right, chat. It's 2:45. I think I'm going to go ahead and take off for the weekend. I'm taking my oldest camping this weekend, so I need to get some editing hammered out so we can have YouTube highlights up on the channel Saturday and Sunday, since we won't be able to do those over the weekend itself. If you haven't checked it out today, I posted 2 new videos over on the Hoaglandia Snap channel today. You can check out one or both of them. I really appreciate it. The first one here is the best decks in the developing metagame, and the preview has Galactus in it. So I walk through the decks that I think are the best right now, as well as a number of decks I think are excellent counter picks for these. We have Patriot Ultron up here as well. Before we fully leave, though, we're going to go ahead and check out HelloFresh here. We were talking about them a little bit earlier. They are the sponsor of the stream. Where is my menu link? HelloFresh.com. Our menus. So the menus, they have different meals every single week up here on HelloFresh. and you can sort them. Someone asked earlier, how long do the meals take to prepare? And that's one of the things you can kind of look for here as you click through. There's a lot of tags on these to help you figure out what you're looking for. You can click on into some of them to see calorie information. Even has difficulty on here if you're someone that wants recipes that are a little bit easier. Allergy information. Something to note on here is that some simpler things they do expect you to have in your kitchen. So like for this one, you need to make sure you have cooking oil, salt, butter, and pepper on hand. But these are all the ingredients that they'll be sending you. I have already picked out a set of meals that they're going to be sending to me for next week. Are vegetarian tags on here? Usually they are. Yeah, so there's veggie tags on here. And you can see when I click, oh, you can't see my search. When I search for it, there are 18 different veggie meals alone for just next week meals. I think this is one of the ones I actually ordered. The mushroom ravioli with kale walnuts. Mushrooms and chickpeas are the two big things I end up eating a lot of that I enjoy cooking with. Ooh, that looks good. Apricot, almond, and chickpea tangine. Even said, what is a tagine? I don't know what that is. Is named for the canonical clay vessel that is traditionally cooked in, but you don't need one to make this dish. Okay, cool. I am short on traditional clay vessels. That is not what you have to order from them for every day. So how it works is when you click through and pick out, you pick how many meals do you want in a given week. It's like 2, 3, 4, or 5, and then you pick the meals as well as how many servings you want for those meals. So number of people, either 2 servings or 4 meals per week, 2 through 6. And you can see the pricing here with my code is different depending on how many that you're getting. My children are picky eaters, so they don't always get what we order, but my wife and I always order the 4 servings meals because pretty much everything we order from here has good leftovers. We always make our kids try whatever it is that we cook, but they're 7 and 9 and 3, so they can be hit or miss. We did discover going through here like different random things that my kids really like though. Like Jacob likes a lot of the spicier chickpea dishes, and we got this lemon cabbage salad that was a side in one of these at one point that we've had. I didn't order this one for next week, but my wife and I have gotten this one in the past. Like I said, we use their service for many months now, non-sponsored. This one was really good. Lemon ricotta pancakes. Excellent. Top of the HelloFresh meta. Brunch. Warma spice grilling cheese. Grilling cheese was actually another thing that I had never tried before. That was actually quite good in a couple of dishes that we've had. Use allergen and ingredients. So you want to check these folks out? If you check them out for the first time, you live in the United States using my code, you can get a free 6-month sub gift to the channel as a thank you for doing that. I am off for the weekend. Appreciate everybody that hung out through the end of the stream today. Can you look at the tofu curry? I totally can. Yeah. Tofu coconut curry. Oh, I don't know if I've done this specific one, but yeah, I've done a few tofu dishes from them. That was, felt good to actually make my own. I enjoy tofu as takeout. I'd never cooked my own before. How often do you select premium meals? I don't know the difference. Oh, this is a premium picks. I think a lot of the premium picks are the non-veggie ones. I don't know that I recall ever picking specifically a premium one. This is like a steak or whatever. But yeah, just a lot of good ideas to try things like we've cooked our own soups and stuff, curries, tofus, just stuff I would never think to try and prepare myself, that like get all the ingredients to your door and cooking instructions, just super convenient. A good way to branch out what you're eating. All right, I am off. We got someone on that we can raid today. Ocean Mud is gaming. I'm gonna send you over Ocean Mud's way. Check him out.